Hello and welcome to today's stream. We're going to be trying out some new decks from just the being expanded upon the weekend. I also was looking into Starship Reno. I haven't seen anyone post a deck like it before, so we might give it a try and see how it ends up going. Yeah, just it'll be just a testing sort of day to check to see how decks are going and what decks work out best. Of my testing so far that I've found, the Druid Druid decks, the new ones that come out, they're decent, but um, they do have a weakness to Starship decks. So it's something that you do need to consider when you are choosing that particular archetype. In particular for the mulligan for Starship Warrior, I'm still not 100% sure, because this is my first time playing it. Like it probably would be relatively similar to what you'd want to be doing in your decks against when you were using Reno initially, and those were where you were looking for your your ramp or cards that you can apply in the early game. I'm just going to turn to be using Bellowing Flame, so I'll use the Forge onto it to make sure that I can clear whatever ends up coming up against me. I kept Slam so I could do a little bit more draw and just see my deck a bit more, but it probably wasn't a good idea keeping Slam, since it's usually not very aggressive that the Shaman is at the moment, since they're using the Starship list. Um, yeah, so we'll just, wait and see what we end up coming up against for it. I'm going to use Shield Block here just to draw me an extra card because I'm trying to get more access to my different things. Yep, and I'm just going to pass here. There's no point using the Slam on this 2-1 here. Because I can use Bellowing Flames when I need to be able to clear the board of whatever they have, but I don't really want this available for them. I got New Heights, which is quite good. It obviously allows me access to my different cards in my hand a lot earlier, and I'm just going to pass. I'm hoping to be able to get the Bren off relatively soon. I might need to use Bellowing Flames so I don't take too much damage against them, but we'll wait and see what ends up coming up against since they've got the four of the dudes. Because the problem is that these guys are going to be dealing quite a lot. I want to make sure that this is the last hit as well. I'm just going to use my Liftoff, and I'll get the board clear to come out as well. Already drawn all my Terran cards. So Liftoff may not be a card that you want to include in this, since I only have a few. Like the Jim Reno obviously is a good card to include for it, but yeah, Liftoff will be a card that we'll want to keep for sure. I think it will, if I hit with the Bellowing Flames, it will go in order of what they summoned. Because I want this to be last going in. Or do I just take the damage and just keep chilling? It might be better just taking the damage here, so I'll slam into this 2-1, because I don't want that to come as the first minion into the pool, and then I'll play down my Starport and just hero power. I think that probably what you want to be doing is you want to, you don't want that to come first because it can just AoE and clear the whole board. Yeah. I think I can still full clear using the Bellowing Flames here. The problem is that their board will end up being this, which is just going to be very scary. It's what, dealing 13 damage? I can't use that at the moment. This only has the 2 pieces in it. Yeah, I'll just Bellowing Flames into the Missile Pod. And then I'm probably just going to have to Hero Power, possibly. Okay, so the bonus effects goes last, which will be good for me. If I play this down, I don't really need to have an exceptional amount of value from it. I'm probably just going to have to play it down first, though. I'll use it as the 3, as the 5 weapon, because I need to be getting some health back. I think it's going to be lifesteal here, because I need to make sure I'm surviving, and then gaining armor. Because when they launch this starship against me, it's going to deal a lot of damage. Okay, I can use the safety goggles relatively safely, so I can play that down. think that they can have lethal from this stuff that they have. So I could probably just play Brand down relatively aggressively into them. So I got 2, 4, 5, 8. This is dealing at the moment 2, 3, 8. So they're dealing 16 damage at the moment, so I can play down Bran relatively safely. Yeah, just play the Bran down so I get it out and ready to go. And I think I just chill. There's no point attacking into this because then they can do a trade and add obviously more into their pool. Yep. Okay, so they're getting their Shutter Block online, which means they're probably going to be going for Incendious relatively soon. They got the pop-up book, and it looks like they're just going all phase. So I can trade with this into there, and then it can AoE the board. And it can then obviously get my Starship online. And then I just need to kill the Shutter Block. Reno would be a nice turn to be able to play into this, but the problem is they're posing so much damage on board. But how much are they dealing at the moment? Because if I Reno, it obviously gets rid of 2 of their starships, they're not dealing as much damage to me. I think it's probably better just to trade here, it's a lot safer for me. So I'll just use I'll launch the starship so it means I can use Jim Raynor if I need to. And then I can, yeah. Okay, hero power. And then I'll keep the Shutter Block alive because at the moment, the 5 damage is going to go before all the other stuff. So I'll deal 3, so there's no point attacking into this at the moment because they'll be able to AoE, but this will, yeah, this is obviously a lot scarier for another turn. Okay. How much is this dealing at the moment? 2, 3, 13. It's dealing 13 damage at the moment. So I can go for the Reno if I wanted to. Sanitize doesn't clear, it misses that. So I think it's probably just going to be the Reno. The problem is that Starship's still alive and then they can just Jim Raynor it next turn possibly. If they do have the Jim Raynor, I do just simply lose. Because they'll be able to take out the whole board with that. And it deals so much damage. They got definitely very, very useful minions to be having in the pool. Yeah, so I'll just use the Reno here. So do they have Wind Fury on this? No, they don't have Wind Fury. So I can play down the Zilliax, and then next turn I can play down Inventor Boom. So I go Zilliax, use my hero power onto here, and then I can clear that. It gets rid of it, so it means I'm a little bit safer. And I'm just going to take out the 3-4 as well. So they are drawing obviously more cards, but I've got back a lot of health total. Then I can use Inventor Boom next turn to be able to get back a lot more. So they're using Incendious to be able to buff up their health total. So maybe it might be a better play, since I don't have any other way to get health back, to not play the Inventor Boom down just yet. And I just use something like the Sanitize to clear the board. Okay, so they're using Lightning Storm, so they can clear 2 of these. At the moment, now it's 1. Now it's all of them. Okay, so I could just use Aftershocks, that clears everything if I wanted it to. It doesn't clear this though. It might just be Brawl here, because Brawl, the only thing I don't want it to land on is Incendious. And it's a 1 in 6, so that's, yeah, definitely the best of the plays. Okay, it's just a totem that survives. So I just play down the axe, and then I'll hero power to get rid of the totem, then I'll just go face, so it means I'm getting back some more health total. Just chill. So I'm just going to hold the Inventor Boom for a little while. Now they can't use the Gym Reno because they've already used both of their shutter blocks. So it means I'm a little bit safer in terms of possible damage towards me. I just need to survive all these eruptions and the Gym Reno turn that's going to come out. Okay, so they're doing the infinite style on me. Go face with... yeah, I can go face with this. Play down the Aftershocks. And play down Ham. I'm hoping to be able to hit something important of their minions. And I'll forge the weapon. Forge the Sanitize. And just go face. The thing that I do need to watch out for is the Gym Rain is going to be able to deal so much damage towards me. And once they get a bunch of the triangulates out on the fizzle shots, it means I'm going to have a lot of trouble dealing with it. Yeah, so there's a Druid deck at the moment that's going around with the hero power. That's looking quite decent. The problem is now they've got the Ceaseless Expanse with the fizzle on the board, so that is a little bit scary, especially with the Gym Rainer. Because this deals too much damage. It's got so many good buffs in it. They didn't get stuck with a bunch of Marines, they got all the AoE stuff. I'm not sure if you can really make with big minions, because you could do Dungar, that's probably the only one that's relatively decent of them. It's too slow otherwise. But the problem is, yeah, no one wants to play Dungar because, well, it's definitely seen its days. I think I've just got to play down the Inventor Boom here, unfortunately. Use my ATC and I'll grab the Zola and the Incendious. Problem is that yeah. I didn't get the attack off, so they'll be end up winning now. Actually, I don't think they can clear just yet, but I forgot to get the attack. Yeah, Dungar is a bit boring. GG. I think... Have you met any Hex Shaman? Yeah, I saw one, when I was playing DK, and yeah, it was just painful. Because obviously once you get all those, frogs on the board, you can't clear it, because the deck doesn't run any way to clear its own minions, and there's no real buff to be able to clear them either. So yeah, it's pretty painful. Shaman, I think, definitely is the strongest of the archetypes, because, like, you can outlast anyone using the infinite combo, and since it's so consistent with Triangulate, it does make it a lot easier. I'll just keep the Tortillan Traveler, because it's probably going to be the hero power Druid. Oh, sorry, Tortillan Traveler. Just chill. Yeah, because don't they use the one that gives the buff to all their minions as well? I think next turn it's New Heights. Yeah, New Heights, then Lift Off with Hero Power. So this is one of the lists I think that I've put onto the chat that they're playing, into the description. This obviously protects me a lot better. This allows me to get more draw, so I think it's probably just Lift Off to establish some pressure. And then I'll play the Star Portal and just get it down. So it means that I've got a little bit to deal with what they've got. Yeah, it's pretty painful having those sorts of ones. I think that Ghost might not be the card, like, the greatest of the cards to be using, though. Because with Ghost, it is quite slow, and, like, it can clear stuff, but a lot of people just leave coin in their hand. You're welcome, thank you for the support. I think it's probably just going to be Brawl here, because I'm taking too much damage and the Bellowing Flames doesn't do enough. I could obviously use Bob the Bartender if I want to, but I don't think it does. It just pushes them back an extra turn. I don't think that it really does anything, so I'll just use Brawl here. The problem is next turn they're probably going to have the hero. Okay, so they got the Chrono Boost. It's really consistent as well, this list, because you can obviously keep just hitting face. I don't really think there's much I can do here. Like, they've gotten a really good and fast start onto me. Like, I can use Bulb, but they gain 3 with this. They get too much health if I use that. Brawl doesn't do enough. I've got to use shield block. That's the only card I can use that can get me out of this. Yeah, they've got lethal next turn. I needed something like Blade Storm. Yeah, GG. I think this might be a little bit too slow for the meta. Because, like, you want to get all the starships and things like that. But it's quite hard to get your defense crystal in your opening hand as well. Okay, play against another Druid, so they'll be doing the hero power Druid as well, because everyone's playing that at the moment. In terms of the decks that people are choosing, these two go, but I'm just deciding whether to keep the shield block or not. So defense crystal I want to keep because it's obviously really useful for my launching. Yeah, I'll just keep the defense crystal. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Like, it might be a bit too weak, but it's just about testing and seeing how it goes. Because like, you can run one of each, but it definitely does make it a lot weaker with that sort of buff. Try this aggro priest list. What's the list for it? I think I just clear this, just get rid of it so I'm not taking any extra damage than needed. Okay, so they're just using wild growth, so they're just getting they're obviously just getting their turn a little bit quicker. But I'll just hero power. There's no point using the coin for the defense crystal here, because I want to be able to access my later game stuff anyway. Okay, so they got another one of their groovies. This, if you don't draw the groovy cat in this deck, you just lose. The problem is that they have drawn the card. This aggro list is very fast for most decks to deal with. Yeah, it's aggro. I think probably is one of the stronger archetypes at the moment, but Shaman's just quite strong against those sorts of archetypes too. Hero power, spread the word. So he'll trade and then he'll go face with his 2 minions, let's say. What do players get for getting top 10/100? So there's usually the World Championships people go for, but that's not public for this. That's not available for this this month. You get more points based on where you end up coming for the month. I don't think I really want to be clearing this just at the moment, because if I do, it means that they'll be able to get obviously the bigger buff. Like, I could use Blade Storm and just clear with those, but it's probably better brawling and then Blade Storming into their 3/4s. Yep, so I'll just hero power here. So they could potentially have. Don't you want to be a part of the world chip? Yeah, I'd like to, but you know, it's obviously quite difficult to get there, like, because you do need to be consistent and then participate in the world tours. But this month it doesn't count anyway. I don't really want to use my I don't really want to use my coin here, because next turn I want to use it with Sleep Under the Stars. To get some more cards, so I think I just play down the Invader, it clears those two, and it gets me a board to deal with this if I need to. Using Bob. So their Bob won't be useful in terms of being able to give them any of their groovy cats, so that was probably pretty useless. Because I don't think this deck runs any just straight Protoss minions, I think it just uses the spells and the hero. It's just going to be coin and then Sleep Under the Stars, I think. Draw 2 cards, see what I end up getting. I got New Heights, so that's going to be useful for this turn to be able to get me closer to my turn that I need. So it's always going to be refresh once. I'm just deciding whether to refresh the second time. So I can clear this using my 3-5. I'll always be using New Heights. I could use this to be able to gain a shield block to get me a bit more armor for next turn. Or I can just use this. Yeah, so I think I just gain the extra armor, I use the New Heights, and then I hit into this. Because next turn I can use the, use this anyway. Dealing 10 damage with this now, that's a bit scary. 20 damage. What, they put it as free? Why didn't they refresh it? Was that one of the cards they got through the, Bob? It's probably just going to be Sanitize here. Because I need to get this off the board. The problem is if they've drawn, like a, a powerful combo, they'll be able to take me. Because if they have the charge minions, they'll deal 6 plus 10, so that's 16. Yeah, well, the competitive Hearthstone scene is, it's definitely been in the decline since what was the league that they had going? The, Grandmasters? Because that seemed like an interesting idea, but it obviously just didn't pan out. Okay, so they're announcing the next part of the World Championships in the next couple of weeks, I think. can't use Reno here. Because I feel like they probably got the hero in their hand. Yeah, they need to separate the two, I'd say. Separate the two of the streams. I think it might just be... If I use Aftershocks, it does clear this. And then I'm gonna have to just launch the Starship, I'd say. And then Hero Power. Because it means I can use the Gem Rainer for next turn if I need to. The problem is I'm not getting any real value from it, like I can't use Inventor Boom with it. But I do need to gain the extra armor to make sure I survive. Oh, they had another one. Okay, well that's game. Okay, let's change deck. I don't think Reno Starship Druid's the way at the moment. It's a bit too slow and a bit too clunky. Let's go with location. Because I know that some people have been wanting to see location Warlock, so we'll have a try of it. I did a few games with it yesterday, so I've got a bit better of an understanding of what to do. Okay, so I'm playing against Death Knight. The cards you want to mulligan for in this is you want to mulligan for your spawning pools, your Nidus Worm, and your Cavern. So then you can get your Seaside Giants online. I'm just deciding whether to keep these, like, keep or get rid of these two. ETC's no point right now. I think I'll keep the second spawning pool just in case I need a bit of an aggressive start into them. Okay, that's decent enough. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, I'd say. Okay, so I got a Seaside Giant, so that's quite good for the opening. Because it means that I can use these spawning pools to be able to get it closer online. I just need one more location. It might just be playing down the Spine Crawler here to just defend myself. The problem is that then I won't be able to trade into the Infestor turn. So it probably is better just playing down the Zergling doing this second spawning pool. Because if they end up getting the Infestor plus the Death Growl, it does make this very hard. Rainbow Seamstress. Okay, so they're just doing a trade. Nidus Worm's decent here. Yeah, let's go for it. I've got a second Consume, but I don't really need that too much. If I activate this location, it means that they can only get the Death Growl onto one of their minions, so I think that's probably going to be the way I'll go about it. So trade into this one. And then... there's not really any point doing that. Like, I could. No, I don't think there's any point trading that. So next turn is going to be... yeah, because now they have to trade into there, so that definitely ended up beneficial for me. It wasted one of their weapon swings. This turn, if I do Worm, is it guaranteed for one of the Ultra Caverns? No. It's not guaranteed, but it's a very high chance. I think I go for it. Yep. Play down the Cavern. Use it. And then if I use this, I can get my 2 Giants online. And I know that usually this can't deal with that. So I will use this Hero Power as well. So I can get my 2 Giants onto the field. And then just chill. Because usually they can't deal with that many Giants on their field. In the early turns. Next time I can play Forge of Wills to be able to obviously combo onto them. Or I can use 2 Consumes plus Forge of Will to get the extra Giant that if I need it. Okay. So they're just trying to trade. So it's always play down Forge of Wills. Grab the 8/5. Play down the Spawn Crawler. And then it means that they need to trade into that if they're going to try and do anything. And then I'll trade into the 3/1 because it means that they can't trade easily into there. And then go face with my 8/4. Next turn I can use the 2 consumes if I need to, but it will probably be waiting till the extra turn to get the Forge of Wills online. Yeah. The amount of locations that is accessible now is just crazy, which obviously makes these seaside giants quite powerful. Yeah, but the new expansion seems has been quite interesting so far. Like, I definitely wasn't thinking Warlock would be very good, but it seems relatively decent. Yeah, because like when you do your Warlock strategies and things, you're able to survive quite a lot, but you're also, yeah, like it just seemed that the Zerg class didn't make sense for Warlock initially. So this is a really quite decent hand. So I go turn 1, Hero Power, or Zergling, I'm not sure which one. And I'm not sure which will be the first of these as well. It might be the Cavern so I can get it online. So turn 1, turn 2, maybe the Zergling. I'm not too sure. Like it's we'll just wait and see what their hand sort of starts out at. But this is always going to be the turn 1 play, obviously. It's just the decision between turn 2 is a little bit different just because of these cards. Okay, get the Zerglings. I'll see if they end up playing a minion down. If they don't, I just use the hero power, I'd say. Because then I can just use the Cavern for turn 3. Okay, yeah, it's just going to be hero power. That's not really too concerning for me. I've got the Seaside Giant, so it will be Cavern turn 3. Turn 4 will be using the Worm. Okay. So it's always play down the Cavern and always activate it. And then just pass. There's not really anything I want to do here, like, because getting out the Giant, I can't get out the Giant this turn. Next turn will be the Worm. And then I'm hoping for a Consume. Or a Spine Crawler. Another Cavern's okay, but it would have to wait till the following turn. The good thing at the moment is they don't have access to their hero card yet, which is obviously quite good for me. The problem with Cactus Construct as well is it can get that, which, you know, what do you do? It's a high roll. I gotta Consume, so it's always gonna be this. A Spine Crawl is quite good for for this turn, so I can defend myself a little bit. Yeah, I'll play down the Spine Crawler. Next turn's gonna be tap that, use this, and then be able to get the 8/8s onto the board. There's no point clicking this. Okay, so just you trade the 3-3. And going face. Okay, so tap it, play down this, use consume so it gets the death rattle buff, because this gives the death rattle so it activates twice, and then just trade. There's no point pressing this at the moment. Okay, looks like they got their hero. They're just going face though. Use the worm, because if I get the cavern, I think I can do a decent trade with that. I got the second spawning pool, so I can get my giant online this turn if I want to. So play down the pool, use it. Yeah, so I don't want to waste this damage here because I want to be able to deal some damage going face. So I'm going to use this spawning pool to get the proc going. It means my giants are free. I can then use the Zergling to do some trading. Trade with these two. Trade with this. Use the 4-4 going into the 3-4 and my 2 8-drops can go face. And then I'll play down the taunt minion just in case they have some sort of charge. There's no point in using the consume at the moment on the spawning pool. I don't think they have a way to deal with this board, to be honest. Like a swipe could do something. Get rid of that. Yeah, they don't really have anything here. Yeah, like, the good thing about this deck is being able to get the giants out quite early, because if you get one of the giants out with, you know, one of these or these, you're able to then use Forge of Wills to be able to get the rush and apply big pressure with your, apply a lot of pressure with your giants. Because, like, you know, what are they going to do against 3 8/8s on turn 6 when they don't have any board clears? Okay. $20 damage at the moment. So it's not lethal at the moment. I think I just play this. Like, it does reduce down my damage, but I'd get the two Brood Queens into my hand. The two Lavas, which will possibly get me a Viper or something like that. This deck, I don't think runs Bob. If they do, I can always just hit the spawning pool, and then I can get a minion out to hit into the minions they could summon. And this has Rush anyway, so I can trade with this. I have lethal on board, so it doesn't really matter what they do here.
You have won this day.
GG. Yeah, so location, like what I've found is you just obviously just get the locations, that's your big priority. then you just go from there. Because since you got access to hero power, you can walk around them, you know, dealing a decent sort of having a decent sort of board, or you know, not having the minions that you want. I'm playing against Zerg here, so it's possible I might want to keep one of these, because if I do, it means that they have to trade into it with their little Zerglings, because they're usually quite aggressive, but it's obviously not setting up for my game plan. I think I'll just mulligan it away, because if I did keep it, it would be an issue, like, if they didn't have a board, and then they can establish a lot easier. And once again, my strategy is just getting the locations online. So turn 1's playing down the spawning pool here, using it, and it gets me the Zerglings for turn 2 if I need to. And if I'm really desperate, I can just consume the pool to be able to hit into them. Catch of the day. So that, I assume that's going to be Trample Hunter then? Okay, so soul searching. So the Cavern is the better card to be able to get considering my hand. The Nidus one obviously is better over the longer term. So I think it's going to be the Cavern here. So next turn I can use the Cavern to clear this Catch of the Day. If they have Zerglings as well that go onto the board, I can use this onto them. But judging by that, it's going to be Trample Hunter. Okay, played on the Cavern, tap the Cavern and just pass. Master's Call. Okay, so I can use this and this in the same turn next turn. So I'm just going to Hero Power and see what I end up getting. Domino Effect's not really very useful. Tap the Spawning Pool and pass. I don't think there's any point playing down this Zergling, because if they are Trample Hunter, which I'm assuming is the case, then they'll be able to quite easily, they'll take full advantage of 1/1s. Okay, so they got the Niall. It gets them their hero power online. They still only... This is their 3rd Discover, so they won't be able to use alien encounters just yet. I got the 2nd Cavern, but it's always going to be... I always need to start applying pressure, so I'm going to play down the Morrow. I'm going to use the Consume onto my Cavern. It gets the 2 dudes out of the... with the buff, and I just trade into this so it's not on the board anymore. Next turn I'm posing 20 damage on board. In fact, that is going to make me... Is that lethal? Yeah, that's lethal. What are they doing? 4... 20, 22 plus 4. Yep. Okay, so just do all the trades and then send these 2 face. It wasn't going to be lethal if they'd traded this. I don't know why they didn't trade that, but I assume they wanted to make it so they could set up for next turn. Like, in most situations, that probably would have been the better play. Because they were probably setting up for the trample next turn onto me, since they just used the reserves reserve spot. Yeah, as we're going, if you're enjoying the content, give it a like, give it a subscribe. I really do appreciate the support. If there's any decks you need help with, just let me know. Also, Reno, you messaged earlier about an aggro priest list, but I still haven't seen it yet. There's definitely at the moment a lot of hero power Druid going because it does seem quite popular. Because obviously it's a different take that's been going on for Druid. Because they haven't been like Druids haven't been able to play a lot recently with different styles. So it's always keep spawning pool, always keep cavern. I'm just wondering whether to keep this because when you use it with consume and things like that, it is really quite powerful doing it like that. Because these are 3 cards that you already got quite a good, like these are your 3 mulligans that you want to be keeping anyway. So I might try it with keeping the summoner. Give it a shot. Like it can't be terrible because you can use it with consume and such.
Nature speaks through my tunes.
Okay, play down my spawning pool. Turn 2 is going to be cavern. Turn 3 might be cavern as well. Okay. Turn 2 cavern. Use the cavern hero power. It means it's getting closer for my giant as well. I can get the giant down to 2 next turn, so it's not any point. Oh, jeez. Okay, that's gonna get pretty scary soon. Okay, so use the cavern and just pass. Next turn I can go Forge of Wills and Sea Giant, because I can use this, and then Forge of Wills Sea Giant. But the problem is they've already got 2 Groovy Cats, so they're already dealing +8, +5. Neutron's fine. Because I can always just use this to AoE the board. Okay, hero power. I am going to use the spawning pool as well. It's not particularly for the buff, it's just so I can get the Sea Giant online and the Forge of Wills. And then I can hit into that. So they'll have another Annoyotron. I'm going to use the Nidus Worm this turn. I've got their hero. They may just go face. Like, I feel like they're going to try and rush me. Okay, so just use the worm. I'm hoping for a consume here. So it's +5 at the moment with that. So they're dealing 10 extra doing that. No consume's quite painful. If they have Leroy, they're dealing 16. So I can't use hero power at the moment. So I tap that. And I guess I just trade. Like, it's not really, it doesn't really feel great trading though. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to trade, I think. And I'll set up... I don't really want to set up a spawning pool either. I'll play down the Zergling so I can take out, if they Divine Shield their face or whatever for next turn. I can always use this as well though, so... It should be fine, because if they do play down the Leroy, which I'm thinking they might, or if they play down the Annoyotron that's in their hand, I can easily trade them with using these guys. And I've got the Karrigan next turn to be able to give me a buff. Problem is, if a consume would obviously be a lot better for saving me. Okay, so they're putting their hero power as 0. Ziliax I can use next turn. I could use this if I wanted to, but that's a bit greedy. Is it greedy? Yes. So, it's always trade here. I can get a bunch of 8/8s on board with this, or I can use the Carrigan, which is probably the safer play. It gets me up to 23 health. Yeah, so I'll proc the Cavern. It gets me the guy on the field. I then use this to get the extra rush. Use the Carrigan to get me some extra health. And then just go face. It should put me in a position that I'm completely safe against them. So like, if they have the double buff, they're dealing an extra 10. But they wouldn't be able to... They could still possibly use Leroy doing that. Like, that's probably their only card. They need the hero power double buff plus Leroy to be able to win this. My control tech's fine. Like, I'm not too concerned with them taking my dude. They're getting rid of all my giants. I don't really care. So play this down. I can then use this. It gets me the 2 dudes out. I'll use the Ravage now, see what it hits into. Don't really need extra value, so I probably just want to keep these 8/8s on the board. But this deals an extra 5 damage first, so I think I do actually trade. So that was a little bit of a misplay doing it that way, so I should have traded first. Since that was going to be my play for it. I'll play down the spawning pool here and just proc it. Because, like, if I missed, like, I would have missed 2 or 3 damage doing it that way by using the Ravage second.
The future is ours. Our path is clear.
Is that exact lethal? Yep. I could have done Ziliax, so that would have been obviously the better play in that situation. Yep, I should have done Ziliax. Because that would have played around everything. Instead of doing the greedier play. Because I already had the proc. Have you seen or tested Excavate, Zerg, Warlock? I have 2 builds that work well. I haven't seen that before and I haven't tested it yet, but that sounds interesting.
Guide me to victory. Your soul shall be mine.
Okay, mulligan these 2, keep the worm. There's so many druids at the moment using this deck. It's crazy. A deck that really beats this deck is Starship Shaman, so maybe I should just stick Starship Shaman onto them and then they can just lose all the time. Okay. I think I'll just use the soul searching now. And I'll grab the spawning pool. It gets me a turn 4 play if I need to. Nidus Worm hopefully is gonna get me a cavern. Yeah, it's just Cavern this turn. Get it online. Get the proc off as well. Because I could have used Nidus Worm, obviously, but Nidus Worm isn't establishing any pressure. The Cavern is. 2 bottomless toy chests. So they probably still are playing the Protoss deck. Horizon's Edge is decent. But I'll just use the Nidus Worm for now, because I can use Spawning Pool as well. If I didn't have any 1-drops in that hand, I probably would have gone for the Horizon's Edge then. Just to get it onto the board. Are they possibly playing Dungar? Okay, use the second worm. Means I can get the second Cavern online as well. May as well just put down the spawning pool as well, just so it's ready to go. It would be nice if I had a consume here, because then I could do the consume play with. I could have done the consume play with the summoner. But judging by their draws, they are playing Dungar, so they do have access to Dungar next turn as well. Play down the Horizon's Edge so I can get it online. And then I'll just put down the Spine Crawler. Oh. Yeah, I'll just put down the Spine Crawler, because if it is a Dungar or whatever, it can just trade into that, and then I can do a bunch of stuff here. I am assuming it's Dungar, considering their ramping that they've been doing. They've got the coin, and they'll definitely have a Dungar from their bottomless toy chest. What? Okay. I was about to say, that's interesting. Okay. I think I just take the Ziliax. Yeah, let's take the Ziliax. They shouldn't be able to do too much once that's gone. Oh, wrong card. Oh, jeez. Oops. I pressed the wrong button. Get the 8/8 online, and then if they use their big guy, I can just trade with it as well. That's definitely a way to lose this game. Okay, so if I trade here, and then I play down the Carrigan, does some decent damage to their board. I can also use the Ravage too. So it's probably this first, then Ravage. I don't think I trade this. Like it may seem a bit weird, but if I trade into this, it's possible they may have the 2 splitting space rocks. They may get another splitting space rock on their forge, dude. Yep, so I'm just gonna chill this turn. But this is one way to lose the game against them, because of the fact that I didn't take their Ziliax. Because they can use Hydration Station now with it. But I still do have this, so I can take back some advantage into them. Yeah, they ended up trading that, so it obviously is beneficial for me because then I can just, yeah, I can set up. Draw cards until your hand is full. Okay. I don't know about that. So, if they have another Forbidden Fruit, this play isn't the best, but I think it's the only play that I really have. So, I just go trade this away, get this on the board. It means that they can't just Hydration Station this out to deal the damage to me. Send all the minions to the nether. If they do have the card, I do lose with this play. I'll pop the spawning pool so I can get the other guy online. I'll pop this as well. And just chill. If they do have the forbidden fruit here, they just win, but... yeah. GG. Right. Let's go with some of the hero power. Druid. Yeah, so the idea behind this deck is you want to be able to cheat out your minions and you want to be able to go face with the you want to be able to get your hero power dude straight away. You want to be able to use like the Protoss cards with charge and things to apply your buff onto, because then it deals a lot of damage coming from hand and such. Yeah, like it seems like a pretty interesting deck. You always, yeah, you basically lose if you don't get the hero power card though. Like it's really weak if you don't get the hero power card. Okay, so I am just gonna full mulligan this hand because my game plan is just to get the hero power card. Okay, I've got a groovy cut, so that's a good start for me. And I'm just chilling this turn by the looks of it. Turn 2 is playing down groovy cut. Just chill. Turn 3 might just be using hero power. Okay, so they're just trading, so that means that I've got the extra damage coming on the hero power as well. I think it's Construct Pylons and Chrono Boost, because it gets the minion onto the board and also gets me the 2 extra cards, and I do only have the other 2 Protoss minions in my deck. If I didn't, I probably wouldn't have done that play. Okay, so just use the Chrono Boost to apply more pressure to them. Because it's obvious they're playing Dungar as well. Clearly having a lot of fun with the expansion. Trail mix, I'm assuming. Okay, get the pylons online, get the this dude here. Just go face and see if I can do enough. But since they're gonna have Dungar next turn, it is gonna be quite difficult. Show the coin, show Dungar, come on. Interesting, they don't have it. Okay, so I'm assuming they're just gonna trade into one of my dudes. I feel like it's a bad idea to go face. Next turn for me is probably gonna be Miracle Dollhouse, Swipe, and the Twin Blades. The Groovy Cat does change it a little bit, but so if I use Groovy Cat, it makes it so it's a 4 buff, but it means that still doesn't clear properly, so I'm not going to use Groovy Cat this turn, I'll have to use it next turn. So it's Miracle Dollhouse, Swipe to face, use the hero power on one of my 3/4s, and then trade. Because, like, this obviously is more powerful to have down, but I wouldn't be able to clear it anyway, so I'd still have to do 2 trades with it. And since they didn't have the Dungar, they shouldn't have access to enough armor to be able to deal with this anyway. Yeah, I don't think that they should have anything, because if they can't clear this board, because they don't, like, they'd need 2 Innovates plus a Ziliax or something to be able to somewhat deal with me. Since I have access to the hero power, I can trade decently into Ziliax as well. Forbidden Fruits, that puts them up to 23. So this is 9. Plus 6 is 15. Plus 8 is 17. It's still not lethal.
A conundrum.
Is it just play down the Incendious? I think it is. Like, it applies pressure over the future turns for them. It means that they still won't be able to clear, and it's applying that pressure that I need. Plus, there's a possibility I won't be able to access it in future turns anyway. Problem is I still don't have any dragons for this. The other good thing about having the Incendious here is it can deal with Ziliax as well.
Sands of time run low.
Yeah, I think they're probably just gonna. I think they've probably just conceded. There's not really too much I think they can do.
Victory is
Yeah.
yours.
GG. That's what you get for playing Dungar Druid during the first week of the expansion. But to be fair, I think Dungar's probably still one of the top tier decks. Like, it's the swing turn that it gets is too immense for a lot of decks.
must protect the wild.
Okay, so I always want to keep the Peaceful Piper. Trade the swipe, obviously. I'm just deciding about the whelp. So if I get a dragon, it's somewhat decent, but I'd only be playing that on turn 3, so I'm going to get rid of that as well. Because it'll go 1 plus the beast 2, and then 3 is the next card.
What do you seek?
Okay, so play down Peaceful Piper. Don't make the mistake this time with my Discover. Because I have done that before. I clicked the Discover side and yeah, it wasn't fun. Play on the Groovy Cat here. Just go face. Next turn's probably Take to the Skies. Is this the aggressive list? The aggressive priest? I can do the whelp here. Take to the Skies could get me the deserts though. But I think it's whelp because I want to do a little bit of ramping. I get access to a lot more cards doing it this way as well next turn. And if I need to, I can use hero power to trade into one of these dudes. Okay, so they got the second Crimson, they're playing down their Catch of the Day. It's a trade. Overhealing. Okay, so they got a 5/6. They got decent damage sitting on the board. Always Take to the Skies here. Unfortunately, I don't get any of my refresh dragons. If I hero power, I can trade into this. It reduces down their damage a bit. I don't think this does anything different. So I'll just trade. I still can't believe these were the stats that they kept on this card for a while. It was so busted. And Gem's gonna get them to draw some more cards. I think I'm gonna have to use the Dollhouse here because they're applying a lot of damage right now. I'll use Bottomless Toy Chest. This gets me so I can have some taunts out at least. Then I can play down my Whelp. So it somewhat defends me for the next turn where I can play the hero. If I need to, I can play down the Drake with the Wonders next turn. But I feel like it's probably going to be better just playing this down. And then the following turn, I might be able to play this. They're going up to 10 cards again. How much extra health? That's a bit scary. Is there any way to switch the amount of damage that they get? Like a Crazed Alchemist or something? If they have the Crazed Alchemist, they just win anyway. So I'll just play down the hero. There's no, like, if they have it, there's no way that any of my cards in my hand can deal with it. And I just get rid of this 2/4 because it will get too big for me otherwise.
My hand can hold no more.
Yeah. Well, that seemed like an interesting deck. What does it do if you lose board though? It seems like if you lose board you aren't really able to do anything. Because it didn't seem like it had any AoEs or any ways, like any rush or anything like that. So it's got chrono boosts. Is that how you get back the board with it?
I'll blast you to smithereens. I must protect the wild.
Or you got hot coals as well? Okay, so with this, I'm always just keeping the Piper. I don't really need one sing-along buddy at the moment. So turn 1, turn 2 is the Beast, turn 3 is going to be this.
Nature speaks through my tunes.
Okay, so is it possible they're playing Weapon Rogue? I think that's probably the only thing I'd be a little bit worried about here, but I still got the Woodland Wonders to be able to somewhat deal with that if I need to. So play the Groovy Cat and go face. Next turn's going to be the Whelp.
You fold.
Okay. Play the Whelp down and just go face. Because I can't trade into that anyway, and they could just do a 2-for-1 otherwise. Turn 5 is... I don't really have anything that's interesting at the moment, so it might just be playing down the Woodland Wonder. They've already used this, so they've lost a lot of cards in their hand. Yeah, it's just going to be Woodland Wonders. Not really the greatest, but I don't have anything else that I can do. I think they're just trading. I could have used the hero power that turn, but there's not... Like, I couldn't really use my curve very well, so it wasn't very useful. Next turn's probably just going to be Incendious. If I have Swipe, I'll use Swipe though. Chrono Boost would be decent too. Yep, it's just Incendious this turn. It's a pseudo taunt and also means if I do draw into those eruptions at some point or throughout the game, it can apply some pressure to them. Next turn's probably just going to be this. Get the Artanis out. Okay, so dig for treasure. I'm not too scared of that. That could get their Templar though, but they still haven't. They've only used one of the procs with the photon cannon.
Now this is treasure.
Scoundrel.
I
Dark Templar. Okay. So I have two choices. I can either use this plus get the mini Drake, and then play it with spell damage to get this, or I can just play Artanas down. If they have the big dude, it means that I'll be in a very bad situation going into that turn. So I think I do just have to play the Artanas down here and trade into the little guys. Trade into this and trade into that. Or it might... Yeah, it's probably going to have to just be trade into this. Because I can't afford to take any more damage. Next turn's probably going to have to be spell damage this and then trade. Okay, so they're using their second Scoundrel. They'll be playing down the second big dude, the Templar. If it's the Light Templar, they can clear my board. Dark Templar does too, but it means that I don't take as much damage. Okay, one Eruption's gone off. This is only dealing 3 at the moment, so it's not enough. I can't use this to get me into a swipe either, because I wouldn't be able to deal with this. So I think I'm going to have to use the Take to the Skies and hope that I can get one of the big dudes. The taunt dudes. Play down that. The Divine Shield means I can survive, possibly. I don't think so though. Because I can't get the spell damage back down.
What would Tassadar do? I must be decisive.
So, draw a spell. Doesn't save me though. Because that just kills me the following turn. Yeah. GG. Because I think I needed just a bunch of eruptions then to go off to be able to deal with that. Let's try the other version of it. The Dragon package somewhat feels clunky, like the 3-2 is okay, but it just never felt like it was going to work properly. Sorry, the 2-1 that goes into the 3-2. Okay, playing against another Druid, I'm assuming that they're going to be the same deck as me. Just full mulligan this. Because the other thing that was happening with that was I wasn't really drawing into any cards, like, I just had the same hand, I didn't have anything that I could draw into. Turn 1's going to be Cactus Construct. Unfortunately, I don't have the hero power card, so that makes things a lot more difficult. These aren't very good. I think I'll just go for the Stereo Totem and hope to high roll a little bit. Like, if it was guaranteed to be Dungar, I would have gone for the 1-2, but I don't think it is going to be Dungar. Okay, just play this down and chill, I think, because they can't trade into it at the moment. Swipe's the only clear that I can have, so I just go that and then trade. I'm probably just going to have to play this down next turn, but it is a 5/8, so it's somewhat threatening towards them. Okay, so just play the sing-along, buddy. I'm thinking I might need to play the if I play the Pixie down, it allows me to obviously establish a bigger board. My hand is terrible. Or maybe I just go the Phantom Phaser and just kill both of these. And just go face. Like I think I'm just gonna have to try and be somewhat aggressive towards them, but I'm not really liking my odds. Because they still have the 2 Chrono Boost cards in their hand. It's quite possible it's a Construct Pylons plus the Artanis. Okay, so just use those, then go face. Like, I'm just gonna have to try and be aggressive somewhat towards them, and hope that they make some sort of mistake so I can just use my mind control tech. Okay, so trade, face, trade, trade. Sing-along buddy's no point here. I can trade into this, and I can deal the Phantom Phaser into the 2 of these dudes. I think that's probably going to be the best play that I have, because unfortunately this Divine Shield's going to become too much for me. I'll play down the... I can't play down the Mind Control tech. I can play it down. I think I just tempo out the Mind Control tech, I guess, and then just go face. Oh no, I need to get rid of this dude, because then they could trade... Because that's going to give +5. I really wish I had their hand. Okay. So all the asteroids have popped off now. They're using a swipe, so that clears 2 dudes. Construct Pylons does nothing for me right now. It's just hero power and chill. Okay, Leroy. Stealing 16. It's always Chrono Boost here. I get out a second Chrono Boost. The problem is I don't really have any other way to get armor or anything. Because if they have a charge minion, they just win. This puts me up to 10 though. If they have another charge minion, it's a bit of a problem. And I am going to play around the mind control tech. Because next turn I guess I can activate this, but I think it's going to be too little too late. The hero power... This plus the hero power clears beats me. Charge minion plus that beats me. Even just the popular pixie plus that beats me. Okay. Atarnus. I've always got to use the hero power as well here, just so I can get the divine shield onto me. So I put one onto here, trade these two, and go face. Because the divine shield at least gives me an extra turn, more than likely. Honestly, if I win this game, it's a miracle, because I don't even have any of my dudes at the moment. My buff dudes. Okay. My groovy cats. Okay, so I've used to spread the words now.
Nature speaks through my
That doesn't get them anything. So I had to do the discover. I think they're probably just gonna trade. Yep. And they're making me go dormant. Okay, draw a card. Oh, I get a groovy cat now. I think it might just be Bob here. I can either freeze the board, or I can take the 3/4. I think it's probably freeze the board, play down the groovy cat, and then chill, because they won't be able to, they don't have another charge minion. So they won't be able to deal any more damage to my face this turn. And then next turn I get access back to my other zealot. The only thing that could be a problem is if they have the sing-along buddy along with the popular pixie. That just does not feel correct. That was so wrong. Can I punish that? So this is dealing +2. So 2, and then a second 2. So I can deal an extra 4. 8. It's 1 off. They still don't have access to another charge minion. That's the thing that's holding me in here. So if I go Phantom Phaser, make this go dormant, give the buff to this, trade here, lay down the pixie, and refresh my hero power to give the buff to this again. It means that they won't be able to deal with me for next turn. This does come back online, but I'm still short some damage. It's just I need the Divine Shield just in case they have the extra proc. Okay. They're temporaling out the mind control tech. I'm in the same situation as I was before. Because I can't kill the 2-1 that's here.
A conundrum. For Artanis.
So just trade, I guess. Put the Divine Shield back on here and then just lose, I guess. I don't think that I can win. Yeah, GG. This game shows you what card advantage is. Like I played the best I could for my outs, but it wasn't very promising for me. It also shows you the power of the hero power if you have it compared to if you don't. But to be fair, I was only 1 damage off losing that game, winning that game. Because if I had been able to get the extra buff off instead of them dormanting my dude, it would have meant that I could have done the 3 damage, the extra 6 damage, and it would have been able to be lethal. Okay, so I could go coin, construct pylons, chrono boost. But I think it's probably just Piper here, because it allows me to get the beast online. I don't need to go full ham, I don't think. Next turn I can still play down the beast if I want to as well. I got the second Groovy card, so I think I just play them both down. So coin, innovate, Groovy card. Get them both online. Means my hero power is dealing a lot more damage at the moment. Playing Weapon Rogue. So what's that mean for me? I think I go Cactus Construct. Grab this because it allows me to get the extra buff if I need it. And then construct pylons for the chrono boost. And it looks like, yeah, I got the hero power. I get the hero the next turn. So that should be fine for me because this on turn, I can play this turn 4 along with this, and then I can hero power turn 5. So this turn's gonna be use the hero power, play the pixie down, I'd say. Yeah, so, or I could use the chrono boost, it gets me an extra 3-4 on the board. No, so hero power, pixie, next hero power is free, go face. Next turn I can use these two. And I can use the hero power as well. Yeah, it is. This game definitely will be over once I get the Divine Shield online. Actually, to be fair, at the moment they got the 2 rush minions, but they've had a very slow start. Okay, so Cannon, Antonidas, I'm assuming concede from them. And I get to be the face deck now. Where's their concede? Show me the concede. They're just doing some gear shifts. Rehydrate? I don't think that matters. No, it doesn't matter. Because they have to clear this board, and then I can just use Chrono Boost next turn and just go face into them.
Our path is clear. For our
It's a good deck if you draw your hero power cards early, as you can see. I didn't draw my Spread the Words. It doesn't even look like I'm running them at the moment.
Malfurion versus Thrall. For Doomhammer, I must protect the wild.
I've got Construct Pylons, but I find that they're not actually the card you keep. Like, it is strong to keep it, but yeah, it's you do just want to get your hero power. I'm going to keep the Cactus Construct just because it can get me into a Groovy Cat as well. But you are really just looking hard for your Groovy Cats. Okay, turn 1 Cactus Construct.
There is little time.
They'll be playing the Starship list, obviously. But this I find is a relatively unfavored matchup. Like, it's not very good to be playing into the Shaman here. Okay, Cactus Construct. Take the Biologist, because the Biologist could get me one of my spells that I want to be able to draw cards out of my deck. Gold Panel. I got the Piper, so I'm always just going to be using that. Draw the Beast. And I will get the Beast online. The problem is they may go Turbolist next turn. Oh, a full clear. Okay. User Revelation. Sing-along Buddy's fine. I think I'd take out the Gold Panner here. I don't want them to get extra value. Next turn I'm probably gonna have to use the Astrobiologist. It'll probably be Astrobiologist plus Hero Power. If I get a Chrono Boost, I use that. If I get Spread the Word, I use that. Groovy Cat, I use it. So there are still a few choices, obviously, that I can end up getting. Chrono Boost I'll use. It gets me my Atana sort of online next turn if I want it. I don't think there's any point trading here. Because if it is possible and they go a little bit too ham, I can use Mind Control Tech to take control of their crystal. Okay. They're going for the trade like that. I can get the Artanis online this turn, but there's not really anything that I can do with it. Like I can use the Artanis. Yeah, I probably just get it online just so it's ready to go. And I'm just gonna hold for the extra turn because once again there's no point trading. Like they're probably just gonna do a trade anyway, and it forces them possibly into a mind control tech turn. Because it's also slowing them down doing it this way too. Okay, so they're going super wide.
Engaging TC-130 mental dislocator.
I'll use my my buff here so I can do some trading as well. And I'll put it onto my defense crystal, like, because I can just trade here. I'm gonna try and keep another mind control tech as well for next turn, so I'll just pass here. I probably shouldn't have traded that to make it more likely to be able to get the buff off, but I'll get the mind control tech off, but okay, so I'm gonna be able to get the second mind control tech off on them. So now they won't have any defenses put into their battleship. Just go face. I've got the Divine Shield on here to help me defend me for an extra turn. But with that being said, launching the Starship does clear. They may be going for the Jim Reno turn this turn. Because they've already got the Shadow Block. Yeah. They're only 3/4s at the moment though. Okay. Peaceful Piper gets me the cat. I can use this. I can use this if I want to for this turn. It defends, but then again, they can use the buff using this stim pack. So like, I need to clear these, otherwise it's gonna become a big issue for me, because I'll be dealing 5 each soon. So if I go Chrono Boost here, it gets me my Pythons out, but it doesn't really do anything else. If I use this, they won't be able to get lethal next turn. Yeah, so I'll play down the Piper, I'll draw my Beast, play it down, and then I'll just get I'll launch the Starship so it gets it online for me. They will have to trade 2 minions in. Unless they hex it.
Optics
Oh,
online.
lock-on's fine, I don't really care. Okay. So they're going full face here. I can use Bob to freeze, and then it can get my I can establish my board a bit better. So play Bob, freeze the board. I can trade the 2-1 so it gets that into it, and then if I use my Twin Blades, I can put it onto here to make it a bit bigger. And then it's dealing 5 extra damage to them at the moment. And then next turn I'll be able to do the play on them. I'll be able to go for this plus this. Okay. So put the buff onto the 1-1. Then play this. Refresh. Put the buff. Trade and go face. GG. Yeah, because I find that if they get the starships off with the armor, it becomes a bit too much for you. Yeah, it was pretty brutal, that. Because I'm assuming they wouldn't have thought that I would be able to deal that sort of damage coming out of my hand. And that's the reason why I like Bob in this deck as well, because if your opponent board locks themselves, you can just do that sort of play. Because that probably was their only taunt minion in their hand too. Okay, a Warlock. Okay, I've got the cat, I've got a Chrono Boost, and I've got a Construct. I think I might full keep this hand, because I've got a turn 1 play, and I've got a turn 4 play if a turn 3 play if I need to. Because the Chrono Boost will be useful for getting out my Artanis and Construct Pylons if I need to. And now I've got an even better turn 1 play. The Piper. So turn 2 is going to be playing this one down. And then going face. Turn 3 will be this and this. Turn 4 is this. Because they'll be going for their big giants probably. So use the construct first. Grab at the panel. It's at least threatening them a bit more to be like they'll need to trade into this. It could have been the loot order, but it does a similar sort of job. Next turn's pylons plus chrono boost. Okay, I've got a pylons and an Artanis. So let's... I can either set up the sing-along body or I can use hero power this turn. I think I set up the sing-along bodies because I don't think there's a way that they are able to clear it anyway. And it's applying a lot more pressure for my Artanis turn, which I'll be able to use with the innovates as well. Double consume, they can clear it. That's fine. It forced them into that place, that means they won't be able to do anything else in this turn. So I can play down the Artanis here. And I can do double innovate. So this is +5. So put it onto this one, I guess. And just go face. They used up a lot of their resources doing it that way, so they don't really have too many more heals left in their deck as well. Well, they're gonna freeze this. I think I'll play down the Panna here, put the Divine Shield onto it, and then use the Spread the Word to get me some more cards. I'm gonna hold the Popular Pixie. I'll just play down the Peaceful Piper, and I've already got my Groovy Cats out of my deck, so I'm discovering a beast here. And I think it's just the Rush card. And just go face, because they don't have any more ways really to gain health back. Actually, that is one way, I guess. So they can use the 2 barrels, it kills that, kills that. So I have 9 at the moment, +5, +10, 19 plus another one, that's lethal. So this, then refresh my hero power, play it again, and then go face. GG. But that was obviously with them not having the spawning pool and things like that in the early game. It makes it a lot weaker because they can't access their giants, their seaside giants, so they can't end up trading into the board. Using a Bob isn't very threatening towards me. Okay, I'm playing against a rogue. I think this person that I played against was Protoss Rogue. So it's always get rid of the Bartender and the Phaser. I think I keep the Chrono Boost. No, I'll get rid of it as well because I really do want to get those the cats out. Okay. Use the Construct. None of these are good. It's just the pro gamer here, I guess. Because it can at least draw me a card. Possibly. Okay, and just what one am I gonna click? So it's a tie, no one gets anything. Groovy Cat's a really good pickup here. It's at least applying some sort of threat towards them. Because now I'm dealing 3 damage with my hero power. Oh, Deafen hurts a little bit. I can't trade into the 3/3 at the moment. Let's just make it to go dormant and I guess go face. I'm hoping to draw into one of my Protoss cards besides from the other pylons. Because if I get the Chrono Boost, it gets me an extra cards. If I get Artanis, it gets me a decent position as well. I think it's just the Biologist here. It can help set up potentially. And then hit into face with it. Because if I end up being able to get like a Chrono Boost or a Spread the Word or something, it will allow me to draw extra cards. Because at the moment my hand is pretty dead. Even just an armor card potentially would be decent with it. Just a little bit more survivability. How much damage are they dealing at the moment? 5, 8. So I probably have to trade either way. It's probably Spread the Word here. Yeah, it's Spread the Word, because then I can draw some more cards with it. Use the hero power, Spread the Word. Okay, and then just trade. And go face. Because I need to be able to access my, my Artanis, I think, is the card that I need to be able to access now, but they're still posing quite a lot of damage on board. The problem with if I ended up using the 4 mana card would be that the armor card would be potentially it would hit something that I don't really want it to hit. Spread the Word is just naturally going to be better. Okay, they're just doing a dubious purchase, so that means they don't really have anything in their hands, but that can deal an extra 5 damage at the moment. So it puts me down to 6. They've used both Eviscerates. A Sharp Shipment basically is lethal here. Singalong Buddy gets me an extra 2 health, and also puts this as free. Use the Revelation. Okay, and Spread the Word again. Okay, I think I just gotta play down the Groovy Cat and hope for the best. They win next turn. If they win next turn, they win next turn. It's very likely, considering that they got 8 cards in their hand. Maybe they don't have it at the moment, because if they did that, they don't have it. Unless they're just BMing. Which is possible too, let's face it. No, they didn't have it, but yeah, that's all fine. Like, having the 2 mind control techs in my hand obviously isn't going to be doing too much against a weapon rogue, and since they got the deafen on my cat, it obviously made it a lot weaker, being able to deal damage to them. So it's not a particular, like, the deck's a lot weaker if you don't get the hero online early. The hero power, the buff. Shaman is not a great match for this deck either. I think I just mulligan these 2, keep those 2, because I can use them as a buff together to be able to get more cards out of my deck. So I'll go Coin, Pylons, Chrono Boost. It gets extra cards, plus it sets up for the next turns. If I get another Construct Pylons, I'll probably just have to use it. Okay, go the Chrono Boost. It sets me up for next turn. Oops, I forgot to attack. Hopefully that doesn't matter. I think I'm just gonna have to go aggressive here. Like, I don't get any more cards out of my deck, but I apply some pressure towards them. This deck, their deck is gonna be a lot more of a problem for me going into later turns. I'll just keep the Innovates here because I'll probably need to be able to use my Artanis as well. I'm gonna have to trade because I need to make it so the 3/3 doesn't die. Like, if it did, it would be an issue. The problem is they do get the armor into their battleship. But I don't think it's really very relevant, to be honest. Actually, now they're mind control techable. So, draw a beast. Drop the Groovy Cat, use the hero power. So if they play down another minion that's relatively decent, I use my control tech onto it. I've used all of my ramp as well, so I can't get this out for free. If they play down another crystal, I just go for it. They're hexing that to make it weaker. Just use the construct. None of these are very good. I think I'd grab the hipster. Potentially could get me some more draw. Hex is decent. Yeah, it's Hex. And I can Hex their next thing if I need to. And I'm just going to use the Seedling as well to get me an extra card. Liftoff gets them another minion onto their board, but I'm not too concerned about that. I'm taking that defense crystal. I'm just deciding whether to use the hero power or the revelation. It probably is hero power here to get the frog off the board. Means next turn I can actually do some stuff if I need to. So they're at 21 health at the moment. They don't have any extra armor gain. The Thunderer is fine. They're probably just going to use the hero. Yeah, they'll just use the thing to deal with my board. I can use Hex if I want to onto it, but I don't think it's really relevant. I'll use the crystal to see what I end up getting. And I'll play the Artanis down. Let's apply some pressure to them. Because if I need to, I can use this to make their minions dormant. I've also got the freeze with Bob the Bartender. So they will obviously be able to deal with my Zealot, but I can probably apply enough pressure to be able to deal with them. Okay. So Missile Pod clears that. They're gonna launch the starship. I don't really mind if they do, because it's not really doing too much extra for them. No, they're just holding for a turn. So I'll draw first. The Piper gets me the extra beast. So I get an extra buff onto it. I can use a swipe here if I want to, but it doesn't really do too much extra for me. I kind of want them to keep the totem. So I'll just put this on. I think I'm just chilling this turn. Like, I could swipe, I guess, into this. Yeah, let's get rid of that out of the board, and then I can go face at least with some damage and just chill. Because at the moment they're close to being board locked, so I'll be able to use Bob if I need to. I don't think they haven't launched any starships yet, have they? Okay, so it gives an extra buff to this. This is now +3. +4. No, +3. +4? Did they hex this? I hate how it doesn't keep track. Ceaseless is a little bit annoying. Okay. So they've got the... They'll probably have Jim Reno in that hand. If they got Jim Reno, I just lose, I think. So do I just play as if they don't have it? think I'm just gonna play as if they don't have it. Because in reality, if they have that, they're going to have too much armor for me to really be able to deal with. And they'll be able to draw all the cards that they need to. That's a lot of coins.
Who could put a price on such powerful artifacts? I could.
Okay. So they didn't put a shutter block down. The Gem Reno in their hand again. They're doing a pop-up book. So Mind Control Tech can take control of that. Play this down, I guess, and give it Divine Shield. I don't particularly have any sort of combo that I want to do. Like, I could swipe. That allows me to deal 4 damage to their face, but I do want them to have these frogs here. Okay, I just chill. There's nothing else I can really do here. Yeah. So they're dealing, at the moment, they're going to be dealing 11 damage to me. If they use the hero power.
Let's make it count.
Is that just lethal? I don't think I played properly around that. Yeah. GG. But yeah, this is always going to be a hard matchup, to be honest. Like, you know, oh wait, it wasn't lethal just yet, but it wasn't looking likely for me. Because like with the Gem Rainer, you just, you know, like if they end up getting the taunt into you, you don't really have any sort of chance to deal with them. Because a lot of your game plan is just going face and hoping for the best. Well, is just going face, and then if they have all the taunts, they'll be able to get back more armor against you as well, so it just makes it doubly as difficult. Okay, so playing against another shaman. So it's get rid of all of these, I think. Because I'm just looking for the Piper or the Groovy Cat. Got a Groovy Cat, which is a good start. Singalong Buddy doesn't really do anything for me at the moment. So next turn is going to be Groovy Cat. And hope they don't have Hex. Chrono Boost is a good draw for me. Actually, they can't Hex this at the moment because, yeah, they'd need to have actually played in their deck. Gaining 7 armor is a little bit annoying. I'm going to use the Construct Pylons and the Chrono Boost just so I can establish some board against them. Next turn I can use the Chrono Boost against them. I'm just going to go face with it. There's not any point of trading into these. Next turn's Chrono Boost because it'll allow me to get the Construct Pylons for the following turn. Or it could be Swipe to clear the board. Probably not. It's probably better just getting the dude out. But that does change it. So I could go Swipe, it clears the board, and then I can use this to get me the dude out of the deck. But then my turn 5 plays quite weak after that. Or I can go this, and then that can be my turn 5 play. I think it's probably more important to get the beast out of the deck and onto the board. And then next turn, if I need to, I can do Swipe plus Hero Power, or I can use Chrono Boost. I'm just hoping they don't have another Defense Crystal, because in reality, I don't care if they have the frogs here. It means they can't get more of their starship pieces online. Yeah, they're doing it so they can get the taunt on the board. Just gonna hold the Mind Control tech. I'll use the Chrono Boost so I can get the pylons out of my deck, and I'm just gonna pass. I'm hoping that they'll be able to, play down their Defense Crystal relatively soon.
What to do?
It's obvious they don't have a Defense Crystal at the moment. So let's go... I'll use the Cactus Construct and see if I get anything useful. None of these are very good, so I'll just grab that. And then let's get out the dudes. I guess I just double traded to this. None of it feels really very good because they do have the Divine Shield. It doesn't have Rush, so that's the sort of other thing to think about for it. It's just, if I get rid of the frogs, it is giving them some more board space. can take control of the Thunderer, but that doesn't really benefit me too much. I can do a swipe then. Like it means that they can't obviously make use of it. So if I do a swipe, I can clear everything using this to deal 20. Because it doesn't seem like they're doing a defense crystal play. And I'll put the Divine Shield onto my MC tech just because this I won't be able to use for an extra turn anyway. So Leroy out of hand is dealing 16 with the hero power. Still not near enough yet. Yeah, rotation will be interesting, but the thing is, with the core set changing does make it a lot more difficult to determine what's going to be strong and what's not going to. Because I'd say that with the gift cards going is going to be a very big change just in general, because obviously Druid can't use theirs. The warrior ones use quite a lot. Yeah, like there's a few different ones that get used quite a bit. They're not really doing anything. So I'm actually really just thinking of freezing this board so they're just stuck with this random rubbish. So let's use my overload cards. Yeah, Rogue too. I'll use the Revelation first to see what I get. There's no lethal here. This deals plus 10, plus 20, 23. That's not going to be lethal. So let's Bob, and I'm just going to freeze the board and then just deal some face damage. Just deciding whether it's more important to put it on here so I can deal more damage now, or put it on here so I have an extra chance of surviving. I think it's probably just put it on here so I can deal some more damage. I don't know why they board locked themselves. Well, basically board locked themselves. Jim Reno. So that gets them the Taunt Divine Shield. Okay. They didn't have another starship either. Yeah, I don't really know what they were doing that game. Like you never use the delicious cheese. Unless they were maybe trying to go for a Thrall's Gift on me. Yeah, it's possible they were gonna go for a Bloodlust turn on me, but like it just felt wrong. Well, they didn't have the cheese till a lot later. Because the cheese for them was like, wasn't it like turn 7 or something? And they just played it down for 1 mana dudes. Yeah, like it wasn't. It was definitely incorrect how they played that cheese down. Like it was a bad choice. Okay, another shaman.
Protect the wild.
So I think it's probably just going to be a similar sort of style. I keep the groovy cat, I get rid of everything else, and then hope that I can deal enough damage to them without them getting any good dudes down. Use a revelation. Mind control tech I think is quite good in this matchup just because they do have to go quite wide to get their starship pieces down. Okay, so they'll draw a spell. I'm not too worried about that. I'll play down my groovy cat. Hope they don't have a hex for it. Just gonna trade. Or missile pod, interesting. Okay. So I have a few choices here. Like I can clear most of it if I want to. I think it's probably just get the chrono boost online to get my other dudes. Next turn I can just do another chrono boost. I'm just gonna go face with this. There's no point trading into these because if I do, they can take advantage of it. The only way I get punished here is if it's triangulate. Not triangulate, if they have the turbus. Turbulus, turbus, whatever it is. Okay, lock on. That's fine. I don't really care. Okay, and they've got 4 dudes. So I'm happy for them to keep the 4 dudes on the board, obviously, because it plays into my trap. Double pylons is useless now, because I can only use one of them. I think I'll just keep one of them in my hand for a while, just to see if I can make it seem like there's something better in there. Because you could just use both of them at the same time if you really want to, but... Siege tank. Okay, so they're gonna probably go for a bloodlust turn this turn. Next turn. So at the moment they're dealing too much for me. I can go mind control.
What to do?
I can do mind control on that. It puts me quite low on health though still. I could do swipe. It only clears 2. I think it's just mind control onto the 5/5.
Mental dislocator.
They're obviously counting their Thor gift at the moment for Bloodlust. They're just going face. Interesting. Okay, so use the pylons, play the hero. I'm gonna have to just full trade this. So innovate. I'll put the divine shield onto the tank. This can go here. Because it doesn't lose the divine shield. I do need to keep the divine shield just in case. Trade these dudes. Then go face. That's not the correct order, I'm assuming, if they are going to pop the starship.
In the rear with the gear.
Okay, so this is dealing... This is 3, so 6, 11, plus another 3. It's lethal. I could just do this for extra BM if I want to.
Nature speaks through my tunes.
GG. I think the to be honest, I do like the Infinite Shaman version more than the that Shaman version, because like I've never found it working properly. The siege tanks feel either extremely good or extremely bad. The yeah, and the rest is just it feels like you don't draw what you need to. I've got Groovy Cats, so I think I just mulligan this, because I'm going to be doing this turn 2 and turn 1, turn 2. Just decide whether to keep this or not. Because this is probably the aggro priest, isn't it? I think I'll get rid of it because I am looking for things like my chrono boost as well now. Spread the word would be decent too. Yeah, Infinite definitely does. So I can trade into this if I want to. Does it matter if I let it stick for another turn? It's possible, so I think it's probably safer just doing my chrono boost now. The problem is I didn't draw the other construct pylons.
Relax your mind.
Okay, play this down, go face. I don't really care about them having that there. Okay. So I'm dealing an extra 3 damage at the moment, so I can just go Groovy Cut into Innovate and just trade into the 2-4. It clears the board and also deals 4 damage to them. I can use the Chrono Boost this next turn if I want to. It gets me the charge minion. I need to deal with this. So if I just go here, trade that, and then go face, it kills that. I use the Cactus Construct as well. I think it's Doomsayer here. Because it's possible that it may just stop whatever they end up playing down next turn. And in reality, I'm the one with the charge minions, so I don't mind it going an extra turn.
I can forget. I can fail.
So this blossoms next turn, so I can just go hero power, trade into it, because I don't want them to keep a minion on the board. And then I can play down this Doomsayer again. It should stick this time, and then next turn I can use the blossom. Or I can just use hero power plus chrono boost. What were they hoping for from that? Hallucinations? 2 hallucinations? If they did get hallucinations, that would have been a little bit of a problem for me, I guess. Okay. So this is the much safer play, more than likely. Because if I use this, it gets me the 10 extra armor. But if I use this, it means I can use the Divine Shield next turn. I think it's probably better just gaining the 10 extra armor. I'll use the Cactus Construct as well. And let's get the Brain Gill and just go face with the extra 5 damage. It puts them to 13, so it puts them into lethal range next turn. If they don't heal. GG. Okay, Shaman. It's another one. Shaman is definitely the most popular of the decks. The new decks. Okay, I don't really have anything I want here. Like, this is useful against their crystal, but that's about it. This is obviously useful against their crystal too. SCV. Okay. So it's just hero power and go face. There's no point trading into this. I'm assuming they probably have the starship on its gold panel. Okay. I think I'm probably just going to use the seedling here. It gets me the extra armor, but it also draws the card. Next turn, I'm hoping that a chrono boost gets me a pylons and another chrono boost, but a pylons and a Artanis is decent as well. They got 9 cards in their hand. I think I've just got to trade this. I don't really want to get them to have more cards than what they need. It obviously is a lot nicer dealing face damage, but it's a bit too risky them drawing extra cards. Okay, so using a starport, not too scared of that. I can do pylons plus chrono boost next turn. Can use mind control tech next turn if I need to as well. They're just going face. So yeah, it's just gonna be pylons, chrono boost, and groovy cut. And next turn I can use the Artanis if I need to. And we'll just deal face damage because I am gonna need to be starting to pose some serious damage to them. Okay, Missile Bug clears that. They're doing another Missile Pod. So it's possible they have Thrall's Gift going into next turn. So with Thrall's Gift, how much damage are they posing? So they've got 5 minions, so it's 15. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. So 22. What's in this at the moment? Just the 2/2 minions. I can just freeze the board. Freezing the board seems decent here, because if they launch the starship, it doesn't do anything for them. Okay. So how much damage am I dealing at the moment? So this is 6. The hero power is dealing +3. So I'm dealing 16, that's not enough at the moment. I think I still do get the Artanis online. And I can put it onto my Bob. Do I want to kill the Incendius? Like, is it worth it? It's probably more worthwhile just dealing the face damage for most of these. The Incendius isn't, I think, going to be that relevant for the following turns. They still don't have any taunt. So I think I just go face. Because next turn I can do swipe plus twin blades. I have this to take out a defense crystal, a crystal if they end up using it. This can summon marines, I guess. Okay, so they're dealing 4 damage. They can clear the board using the starship. The problem is then that they do have those marines coming out. I don't think I really care that much about that. What are they trading for? I guess I get some more marines. Okay, so I'll need to use hero power.
A conundrum.
If I use this and this, that puts me to 6. I've still got 2 innovates in my deck. They've only got 12 health, so I can deal lethal if I get my 2 swipes. There's 14 cards left in my deck though, so it's not that likely. If I go Twin Blades first, I can't deal lethal. So I do have to go this way. So I have to go Sing Along Buddy, use Twin Blades, use Double Spread the Word. Swipe. Nope, I didn't get it. Oh well, I tried. They'll have lethal with that, because they got the big buff, dude. The Marines definitely saved them in that game, but Marines in general usually is the worst of the the worst of the starship pieces, I find. Okay, playing against another shaman.
This should be good. I must protect.
Okay, we've got Groovy Cat, which is good. Pixie, I'm gonna ditch. I'll keep the Construct. Because the Construct can also hit a Groovy Cat as well, which is obviously the best possible outcome. So let's go for it. Nope. I think it's maybe just grab the Taunt dude. There's no weapons in this deck, so it will just be grab the one so I can get the taunts. Okay, Missile Pod's fine. I'll just play down my Groovy Cat and chill. They've used their coin now, so that's somewhat important. Second Missile Pod's fine. I can just play down my Taunt dude and then Hero Power and just trade into one of these. It gets rid of it off the board. It also means they can't trade into my Whelp. I can use Swipe next turn if I need to, if they use like Lift or Force, Starport or anything.
Raiders roll.
Engine screaming.
Okay. Got a Chrono Boost, I'm obviously going to use that. Alright, so this can trade into here, this can go face. Next turn's going to be Chrono Boost, Pylons plus Chrono Boost. And probably Hero Power. But it could be Swipe. 3-5. Pylons, Chrono Boost. Swipe clears this. Hero Power doesn't, so I just go for Swipe here onto the 3-4 and just go face with these. Next turn I can play Artanis with Hero Power. So I'm posing a lot of damage towards them. Yeah, let's go, we'll see. It's in general not a very good matchup. This is generally a terrible matchup. Spread the Word's decent, but I don't have access, like I can access it with Buddy, but it's not that good. I think I'm gonna just have to go for the, I'll just still have to go for that same play, so I go for Innovate. Pylons, Artanis. Okay, put the buff on. Then trade, and I think I'll trade my Hero Power, my face as well, so I keep the minions on the board. Because it's posing a bit more of a threat than if I didn't trade and I just kept the Divine Shield on me. Because at the moment they don't have a 100% way to clear, and I've got this for next turn. Lock on means they can clear an extra one. This can then trade into one. I think that's still fine, like as long as they don't get the armor, I'm in general okay. Groovy Cat's good. So play Groovy Cat down, play down the Wrangler. Use the Hero Power onto my Wrangler. And then I can use the Spread the Word to get the extra cards in my hand. And just go face, because at the moment they still don't have any extra armor gain. And I'll play the Construct down too. it is greedy getting the extra one, so I will play it down because it means that it will put Sing-Along Buddy into lethal range very easily. If they use Jim Raynor, they can get a little bit above the health total. Is this lethal? It's hard to keep track of these, so I've play the cat down. I think it's lethal. No, it's not. I'm one off, two off. You can't keep track of it, which is annoying. Because I would have just gone for a slower play if I had known that it wasn't lethal. This is dealing 2 damage to all enemies. So I think I've got to use this onto... I can use it onto one of these. I think it's the starships, then they don't get the extra possibility of getting some sort of buff onto it. And they are at the moment board locked still too. So I don't think Bloodlust is lethal now. Okay. They're just a tiny bit off, like I was. No taunt? Good. If it was taunt, I still could have dealt with it. GG. Okay. Yeah, but this is somewhat of a decent deck. Like, it seems strong, but I really do not like the Shaman match very much. Like, it doesn't feel great. It definitely feels like it's worst matchup, the Shaman. I do like having the 2 mind control techs as well, because it somewhat puts it a little bit of pressure onto them, because you can take their taunt minion. But a lot of the time you are just trying to deal face.
Feel the power of the wild world. I must protect the wild.
Ah, it's just a full go to this hand. If I had a mind control tech, I probably would keep it. It would be it's especially powerful against Dungar. Turn 1, turn 2 will be the one that comes out of it. Turn 3 is this. Oh, okay. Just play the Groovy Cat down, I guess, then. Okay, so they're getting those down, which is fine. I think I just hold this turn because I don't want them to be able to trade well into me. Doing it this way allows me to choose how I want to trade into them. But they're probably gonna, judging by that, that's a swipe. Okay. Got a chrono boost, so I can use my hero power. It boosts me up to 5, so I can use my spread the word. I'll use the revelation here because I want to draw an extra card and then just trade into one of these. Next turn I can use Chrono Boost. Or I can use Pixie and Hero Power.
Stay alert, my children. Danger awaits.
Can't use Mind Control Tech. I think it's gonna be Pixie and Hero Power. Get rid of the 3/4. The problem is that they've got access to their pylons and Artanis, so it does make it so they can access a big wide board against me. Yeah, that's not good. So they've used one Chrono Boost and their pylons. They can't use another Chrono Boost. So I think I'm gonna have to just use... I could use Bob, but that doesn't really do anything for the other dudes. Like, it's still lethal. I think I think I do have to do Bob though. Because Mind Control Tech does nothing really into this. Like, it could get me the Taunt. But then Hero Power and Trade. That's still too much damage coming out of it, so I do have to just use the Bob and hope that they don't have a Divine Shield. I mean, hope they don't have a way to clear or a swipe or pretty much anything.
You fight boldly. Our path
Yep.
is clear. I concede.
Well, that was a bit scary. That was really strong. Okay, playing against a different Druid.
Cenarius, guide me to victory. I must protect the wild.
Okay, just full mulligan this. There's no point keeping any of these. I am trying to... Like, Construct Pylons is also another really good card to be keeping. This hand's terrible, though. So I'm in a little bit of trouble. Okay, so they got the Groovy card. Still don't have access to my...
For the wild.
Still don't have access to any of my stuff yet, so I'm hoping they don't have a pylon. Plus Chrono Boost on. Honest. Okay. So... I can make this dormant, it makes them a little bit weaker. I think that's probably going to be the play, so just make it dormant. Because it slows them down slightly. Next turn I guess spread the word, and then turn 5 is probably going to be Artanis at this rate. Okay, so they use Cactus Construct, so it got to be a 3/3. Right, you spread the word. I got another pylon, so that will be decent for future turns, but it's not very useful right now. It'll be decent for when I get the chrono boost, because then I can use the other pylons for the other chrono boost. Okay, I got the Piper, but I think I do need to start establishing something, so I'm going to have to wait an extra turn, I think. So I'll just use the Artanis now so I can get some wad of pressure onto them. Next turn I'm going to have to use the Piper and get some stuff onto the board. The choice that I do need to make though is, do I just go face? Because if I go face here, I am starting to get into a threatening position. If I trade, I can trade. I'd have to trade into both of these.
What would Tassadar do?
So if they go face, they can threaten quite a lot, and they do still have both of their cards in their hand. So it's quite likely that they do have the Artanis play next turn as well. So I think I do have to go for the trade here.
Stand with me.
Okay, so they're going to trade. Got a mind control tech. It's not very useful at the moment though. So I'll just do my draw card, play the Groovy Cat down. Twin Blades, and then I can at least take out the 3-1 that's here. Just deciding whether to float the mana or do this one. I think I probably do this one just so I can get it for free next turn. If I need to, I can use this as well. They more than likely won't have any other minions that can go down. Did they have the refresh? If they have the refresh, that's lethal. 15, 18. Swipe? Chrono boost.
Path is clear.
Let's switch decks.
You fight boldly.
Change it up. Change it up. Let's go back to location Warlock. I've had enough of dual mirror matches. Or we could go some Shaman. I think I might go Shaman because since I've versed so many Druids in a row, it just feels correct. Okay, so this was the weapon rogue.
None can escape my fury.
For Doomhammer.
Okay, get rid of Shuttle Block, get rid of Missile Pod, keep those two. Okay, pop-up book's gonna be great for when they have... I'll wait until they get the weapon online. I'm gonna go coin here and I'll just get the totem because I don't think they'll be able to get rid of it this turn. It gets me a little bit of extra draw on armor. If they don't get rid of it, I can use the trusty companion onto it. Okay, they're just trading into it, so that's definitely a win for me in that situation. Play down the Starport, and I'm hoping for Marines, which is unusual, but it's the best of them against this deck. So if I use the Fairy Tale Forest, it can't really get me too many good cards that I need for this at this point in time. Pop-up book's decent and so is Trusty Companion, so maybe I go Trusty Companion onto it. Got me a Missile Pod, so I just trade here. And then I guess I use the pop-up book. It gives me an extra few turns, possibly, if they don't have a fan of access to a Fan of Knives. But it's possibly better not doing that, just because they are then likely to have some sort of other way to do it. And you're hoping that they don't get the play in particular that you don't want them to. Crap, trolley problem. Crap, sharp shipment. Okay. So they're trading into that. They're dealing 5. They draw an extra card. So next turn for me, it's probably going to be lock on plus missile pod. I'm fine with them trading that. I could use the cutlass, the cutter. It could get me a Lifter for a Trusty Companion. Or one of the other cards. This is probably better for this turn though, so I think I've just got to do the lock-on turn first, and then the Missile Pod. It clears these, or clears that, and then I've got another 2-1 on the board. Another stick up. Is that just the 5 damage dude? The heal 5 damage dude? Yep. Okay, so they're just going face now. Trusty Companion allows me to clear that. I'll use the Cutler first. Lock-on's okay, but they're still posing quite a lot of damage on board. I don't have any armor gain just yet. So let's lock onto this, and I'll use the Missile Pod so it clears it. Put the Banshee into the pool. Just go face. I've got a taunt here at least, so that's something that's positive. I can make one of my other dudes into a taunt if I need to as well, using this as a hex. They've used both of their preps, and I'm very fine with them using Eviscerate onto a taunt minion like that. Defense Crystal's really good. So it's always Defense Crystal here. If they have Deafen, they can clear, obviously. So I think I just Hero Power, and I'm hoping for another Taunt Totem. I don't get it, which is fine, I guess. If they have Deafen, they will more than likely have Lethal. If they don't, then I should have Lethal. To be honest, I basically win if, yeah, without Deafen, but... Okay, Hip Hop Drop deals 8 at the moment, and then that is 10. GG. It probably was better just holding the pop-up book in that match, like if I had held it till a later turn when their weapon got a bit bigger. Because they wouldn't have chosen Trolley Problem if they were... They wouldn't have chosen Trolley Problem if I hadn't have used the pop-up book, and then it's possible they may have just chose something that gives it burn, and then I possibly could have been able to hold them if I had the pop-up book sitting there. Okay, a hunter.
By fang and claw for Doomhammer.
This is a good card to keep. I think I get rid of everything else. Liftoff's good, so I've got a turn 1. If they have Zerglings, I can use this to just clear them. This is probably gonna be turn 2. Sneaky snakes. Just play down the SCV here. I can do this turn 2 if I need to, if they're gonna pose any sort of threat to me. Because it's possible they may put just a bunch of bananas or something onto it anyway. Yeah, it's always Missile Pod here and just put some damage into the myths. It's probable they're gonna try and do something to buff those guys up to deal a lot of damage to me. So next turn I can quite easily trade into that. Okay, Hydralisk. That's fine. I can trade into that. I'm okay with them having the 5 damage on the board, because I can't really deal anything with it anyway. And just trade. That's a good one for this matchup. So next turn, I can use, if I want to, I can use Lock-On plus Missile Pod. So, this is dealing 1 at the moment. Lock-On Missile Pod clears the board. With using this as well. I think that's probably going to be my best play, so I just do, or I could just do... I can just do Missile Pod. Yeah, I don't even need to use the Lock-On here. But they probably won't have anything bigger, like it's just Incendious besides from that. So maybe it is better just using the Missile Pod and using my coin just in case they do have the Incendious play. And then just launch the Starship, it deals with the board. Because if they have Incendious, it is a bit of a problem for me. At least with this, I have some sort of a chance to deal with the Incendious. Okay, so Zerglings. I think I've just got to trade still. I'm still not in the position that I want to be able to deal with it. Because I don't want them to have the 4/4 dudes coming out. So let's use the cutter first to see what I draw into. Thrall's Gift is decent because it can help AoE if I need to. Play down the Starport. I'll use it and then I'll just trade, I guess. Trade into the dog because they're probably going to use the... They'll probably end up having the buff card in their hand to buff up their dudes. Next turn if I need to I can use Bob, but it's more than likely going to be the Titan. Okay. You could hit the... I could hit the BM if I want to, because this just destroys them, but let's just leave it so they can feel a little bit better about themselves for now. I think they're going to concede after this, to be honest. Yeah.
Thrall!
Okay, another hunter.
Let the hunt begin for Doomhammer.
So, get rid of the Gem Reno. I might keep the Defense Crystal. It is very slow though. I'll keep it because it is definitely the strongest of the cards in this match. It's chill. Okay, I've got the Totem and I've also got the Starport. They're not really posing any sort of threat to me at the moment, so I'm just considering just playing down the Totem. Starport is decent, but if I get Liftoff next turn, it's obviously a lot better, so I would rather draw into Liftoff more than likely than just have the Starport on the field. Catch of the Day does trade into that, so it's possible they may be playing an aggro variant. So I don't want to use the pop-up book just in case. Go face with the 2-1 and just let them do the trading if they need to. It's either they're running the aggro version or they're doing Trample Hunter. They are doing Trample Hunter. Okay, so play down the Defense Crystal, I guess. Just go face. Not too worried about alien encounters. I'll get an extra minion out of my pool. It's just armor, unfortunately. Use the forest. It's decent. It could get me a lock-on. And use the lock-on to trade into one of these, and I'll just keep my crystal at the moment. That's really scary. Okay, so trade that. Trade that. And I'll just play down the Incendious because they will have the Trample guy in their hand. It's currently got a lot. And just go face with this. So it's got an extra 8. It's got an extra 12. So it's 15 at the moment. It's not lethal just yet. But that will make it lethal. Seven, 6. So Bloodlust doesn't do enough at the moment. Launching the Starship's probably the safest of the plays. Because it gets me some more armor at least.
Lush wilds and clear skies. This could be our home.
Well played. Well played. Well fought.
Hey, GG. That was very scary. But I think they were just off for most of the game. And then having the extra 7 Extra 14 armor plus the extra 6 obviously coming from the from the defense crystal help push it over the line. Okay, playing against another shaman. I think it's just keep the lift off. Yeah, it's only keeping the lift off here. Shadow block's decent, but I think I want to make sure that I'm getting a better curve. Two defense crystals is okay. So it's going to be turn 1's probably going to be passing, turn 2's lift off, turn 3 can be this or the starport if I end up getting it. Turn 4's the defense crystal. Yep, turn... Oh... This one's the worst in this matchup. Okay, so play the starport down. And I'm just gonna go face as well, there's no real point trading. Because, to be honest, I don't even want this in my pool. I'd love to just hex it, to be honest, because I hate it in this match. Okay, so they got 4 dudes on their board. At least they've got one. Okay, played a land defense crystal. I could have used the missile pod then, but in general it's better just to get a defense crystal onto the board. Next turn for me is probably going to be Fairy Tale Forest plus missile pod, depending on how they trade. Okay, it's not that at play anymore. Okay, so they're putting themselves down to 1 for that. So, at the moment, Bloodlust is dealing 21 damage. So they can't lethal using Bloodlust. So I'll just use the Cutler here, see what I get. Triangulate's fine. Use the Starport. That one's good. And I guess I'll play down the Missile Pod to get it onto the board. Just because then I can be able to use the Poisonous buff with this if I need to. Because it more than likely will hit a Poisonous buff if this goes first. Okay, Shutter Block. I'm a little bit worried about that. Don't think they're going to trade into this. Yeah, they just traded the other way. I'm probably going to have to launch the Starship. I can't use the lift off. I'd have to get SCV and lock on. Is it guaranteed to hit those? No. It could possibly get a Starport. It is a little bit risky, but it's only one other card in the deck that's not it. So maybe I do just go for that play. Because I can still do the Totem if I need to, or I can do a Fairy Tale Forest. Yeah, let's just go for it. Lock on at least clears this, and then I can use the Missile Pod to clear that as well. Because it's probably the thing I'm going to have to do now. with this starship is probably make it into a really big starship. So let's use the Fairy Tale Forest and hopefully get something decent. SCV's okay. I can play that down, but it still doesn't get me ready for anything else. Launch the starship, see what I end up getting. Doesn't have poisonous. Okay, just go face. There's 15 eruptions in the deck, so I'm a little bit scared of them hitting quite a few onto them. Left off. What's this doing at the moment? So it's dealing 3 damage to the board. I potentially have lethal. So Starport, if they launch this, those taunts still are alive. I can just go Thrall's Gift. It kills the board, then 24 going face. GG. Okay, so yeah, just determining the decks, because my next video is probably going to be a video based on the best decks to climb with. I'll probably be including Shaman, Hunter, maybe the Death Knight class. Yeah, I don't really know the other ones that I'd do. So the Druid is very popular, but I'm not 100% sold on it. Because it does a lot, but it feels like it can lose very easily too. Playing against a mage. Okay, so turn 1 Totem, I guess. Turn 2 Starport. I need to get... because mage has the ability to deal a lot of damage coming out of their hand with their Colossus. Lay down the Starport, use the Starport and get me an extra card with the Totem. I have Lock On plus Pop-Up Book if I need to clear anything. Next location costs 2 less. Use the Trusty Companion on my 2-1 here. SCV is fine, so I can play that down and I can just go face with my 4. My 4/4, because they're not like they'll be able to trade into it quite easily, but they're not really posing any sort of threat towards me here. Okay, they're just trading that for some reason. Use this. That one's okay. I do need to get some other stats. That's good. I can either use Pop-Up Book, or I can use SCV. I think it's Pop-Up Book here. It gets rid of one of those, and then I can go face. and it's likely they won't be able to trade into my other dudes. I don't exactly know what I'm playing against though. Lock on plus plus the minion clears whatever I need to. Okay, so they've got rid of one of my ravens. They can ping. Doing a photon cannon, and then they can ping as well. Defense crystal's good. I think I just played the defense crystal down in SCV. Just go face. At the moment they're dealing 8 damage with their Colossus. Okay. So they have access to the Colossus next turn. I have a few options that I could do here. I could use the Shutter Block, or I can activate the Starship. If I use Shutter Block, it might be better just to get the Shutter Block onto the field so it's prepared for next turn, future turns. So I think I will go the Shutter Block play, trade my 1/3 and just go face with the 2/1. Because it's very likely they're just going to be playing down the Colossus next turn. Okay, so they're posing 18 with it, 20 with it now. I've got to launch the Starship. I'm just deciding what to do if I want to do this. Yeah, I'm going to use this, it gets it ready, and then next turn I can use the Shutter Block if I need to. Use the Trusty Companion on it, it gets me the extra card. I can use the pop-up book as well. That clears that for sure. I'll keep the Triangulate in my hand, and I'll use the Cutler. So it gets that onto the board, and it clears that. Divine Shield, it's got Reborn as well, so it will survive the Cutler. Survive the Colossus. So it gets hit the second time, and then it will survive to be able to deal some more to them.
Who's ready for another round?
Okay, so they're posing 20 damage when they use that next. I'm wondering whether I need to build a second Starship, because if I do play this down, it's just going to get killed off by those things. But it could get if it gets the Reborn on each of them with the Divine Shield. Yeah, that's actually probably better. So I'll use the Shutter Block here, and I'll use the Gym Reno. And then with the Divine Shield and Reborn, it should be enough to be able to deal with like, they'll play the Colossus down, but it should end up still having these that survive. Hopefully. Yep, so it's gonna have 2 that will survive, 1 that will die. Their Colossuses are down to 10. So they can't do them at the moment.
A spectacular sound. Next time will be different.
GG. If they'd got another proton cannon or another location down, it could have been a bit of a concern for me. Okay, playing against another shaman. So I don't want to keep any of these. Maybe, no, not the Fairy Tale Forest either, it's too slow. It's just the Starport's fine. So, turn 1 SCV, turn 2 Starport. Because you're wanting to get Liftoff as well, like that's probably one of the cards that you really, really want. It activates so much for the deck. Okay. The gold pandas seem to be relatively popular. Lay the Starport down, I'll see what I end up getting from it. And I'm just going to go face because I don't particularly want them to be able to trade well into this. Okay, they're just trading into my 2-1. I think I'm just going to launch the Starship. It applies pressure towards them. Play these. Use this. And I'll use the battle cruiser and launch it. Just go face. If they have a lightning storm, it does deal with this, but if not, I'm in a relatively decent position. Next turn's probably just going to be playing down the defense crystal. Drawing 3 extra cards like that, that's a bit scary. Okay, so I don't really want to be board locked, so I'll just trade this. Use my Starport. Play down the defense crystal. Trade, and go face. So I am board locked still like this, but I don't think they'll be wanting me to be sitting with a board that's this wide. Because it is somewhat threatening towards them. Two pop-up books. Okay. Trusty Companion's decent. I'll use it on these dudes because I do wanna, like, I'd rather them obviously survive. Missile Pod definitely clears those things. I think I just go full face here. Because they're still not really threatening anything here. Like they can use their lightning storm if they want to, but I am in a decent position to be able to take them out. That is a little bit of a problem, but I can deal with it still using lock on plus pop-up book, or lock on plus just using this. Which I think is just going to be the play. So lock on gets it down to 1. Activate this, it launches and it gets rid of it, then I can play down my totem. Allows me to draw a card, plus I've got some sort of pressure towards them. Next turn is probably going to be lift off. There's a hex on there, that's fine. They got their starport online as well. So dealing 5 damage to enemy minions is not fun. Use my lift off, and then it's going to be starport here because I do need to get more stuff onto the board. And then use my missile pod as well. It'll clear that. Brawl's gift is still lethal just at the moment. I don't have any way to get it out of the deck just yet though. Yeah. The Reno sets me up quite well as well. Liftoff is, I believe, guaranteed Reno and lock on. So use the liftoff. Lock on can clear this. What do I want to put into the pool? This needs to die first, and then its missile pod's active with it. Trade that. I guess I'll just trusty companion onto the missile pod, because it will force them then to have to take it out, and then I'll just trade with it. I don't have any other mechs in my deck though, which is a little bit of a problem. It would have been better than to put on the totem. Just chill. Oh, I could have used Triangulate. Oh, what am I doing? I could have done the Triangulate Bloodlust. That would have been lethal. Oh well. Missile pod. I just make the game a lot longer doing it like this. Okay. So I play down the Fairy Tale Forest here. See what I end up getting from it. Bob's decent. Use the Starship. Incendious will push down a lot of their board, or Bob just freezes the board. It lets me set up for an extra turn. I think I put the Incendious down and just pass. I can use Triangulate on the buffs if I need to as well, onto the eruptions. So it threatens quite a lot more damage.
Ready to plunder.
Okay. Is that going to be Hex? Yep. Hex onto my Incendious is fine. Missile Pod clears everything except 3-4, and they can just trade into the 3-4 if they're wanting to do that. don't want to be board locked. Corruption. Corruption. Okay. 2 damage to all. Three damage. Pop-up book heals 7. This makes it 7. Triangulate into Eruption. Gets me into Thrall's Gift. This makes it 8. It's only dealing 3. So let's just play this down. Yep. So next turn I can activate the Starship. It'll get even bigger with these 2 dudes in it. Okay.
Raven online. Raven online.
So use the forest. It gets me my fizzle. I don't have I don't have triangulate anymore, so that's something that's important to consider. So this will be basically the hand that I'll be able to deal with for the rest of the game. So let's use this first, just see how it lands. Doesn't kill this, so it doesn't have a poisonous active. I'm gonna play down Bob here and just freeze the board. And I'll send a pop-up books to face and just chill because I don't think they're in a particular position to be able to take this out. Like Ceaseless Expanse could do something, but then this still survives the following turn with the 1 health. There's no buffs of these that can come out. So they'd need exactly Ceaseless Expanse into Jim Reno to be able to take this out. By freezing these dudes, it means that I can, I don't have to worry about, because I don't have to worry about any taunt.
Let's make it count.
Okay. They're at 36 health. So it's just Fizzle here. Definitely get that Sivert into the pool. And then I can play down the Thunderer. Use the AoE onto the board. Those 2 hits are always going face. Play this. So at the moment I have 10 damage sitting in my deck. So maybe I set up to make it so it can lethal if I get all the hits. If it doesn't, they shouldn't have any way to get their armor gain back for it. Yep. GG.
Thrall versus VO7TRON. All systems are go! For Doomhammer.
Okay, so playing against a rogue, you just want to play as if they're going to be weapon rogue, because that's the most scary of the lists that you're against. So they're only, like, I don't want to keep any of these cards. Totem would be possibly okay, but in general it's better trying to get your defense crystal and your other starship stuff. Okay, they've got nothing turn 1, which is good. Just pass. This is a relatively weak hand. Okay, so they're playing starship as well, I'm assuming. A lock-on's okay. None of this feels really very good, but I don't particularly want to take any more damage than I need to, so I'll just hit the 3-2 with my frogs and just pass. Because, like, I could have gone coin lock-on, but it doesn't really feel worthwhile. The rest of the hand isn't very decent either, like, it's relatively weak. It's just hero power here, I think, because I have the lock-on plus the missile pod turn to be able to take out any of their big minions if they use it. It's a bit unfortunate because none of this is very useful for them, against them. Breakdance. Clears the 0-1. I think I'm probably just gonna have to leave that if I don't draw anything decent. I could play this, and then I can use the trusty companion to get out another mech. Or is it probably is better actually just putting it on this, so then I can get out the other totem. So I can draw an extra card. And this 2-5 can just go face. Because yeah, the hand really isn't very useful at the moment, so that's the reason why I did it in that way. Okay, so they're sending 4 damage to face.
There's simply nothing I can do.
It doesn't really seem like a great idea, especially with the spell totem being the buffed minion, because I could just use Thrall's Gift plus Lightning Storm to clear. Oh, they're deafening. Okay, that's fair. I don't have a way to clear this at the moment. Okay, so I think it's probably just played on the defense crystal. I could use the missile pod as well so I can get it online. Probably a good idea just in case. It also means they can't just trade into this and then keep it alive. That's unfortunate. I don't really want to take this amount of damage to face, so I'll just use Thrall's Gift here and use the Lightning Storm. And then I just have the Hero Power.
This ship would fall apart without me.
Okay. I don't have another Thrall's Gift, so I can't actually steal that. I think I just play down the Incendious this turn, because I don't have an exact way to kill it at the moment. Never mind.
This ship would fall apart without me.
Exclusive merch. Limited quantity.
Okay. So this turn I'm probably gonna have to just take this out. But then again, this is too annoying. To play the Titan, put the lock on into the 3/5? No. I could use Triangulate here and get the Eruption. That might be, but then again I'm somewhat wasting that. So it's probably better just using the lock on here, and then using Triangulate. I wouldn't have got the card anyway, so I'll grab Liftoff, because that's obviously going to be the best of these cards, because I do need to start getting some star pieces into the pool. And then I just use Roaring Oceans to clear, except the 5/4. Because my hand is too bad to try and do any sort of infinite thing, because if you don't draw your cards very well, you can get stuck very easily. And although I now don't have access to Triangulate, I don't think going infinite's the most important thing in this situation. So at the moment, if they trade into there, they won't be able to take it out with this, because I think it copies after the launch. Defense Crystal. Defense Crystal. Okay, so it's always Liftoff here. I've got the Gem Reno now. Unfortunately, I didn't get another one of my Liftoffs, so I can't establish for the following turn. Use the Cactus Construct, it might get me something decent. I'll do the Astrobiologist because I do want to try and get some sort of establishment down. Put down the Fairy Tale Forest because I want to draw some more card. The Cutler could be decent, but I don't have a way to play it down this turn. So I guess it's just send 20 into the 3/4, I guess. And is there any point launching the Starship? Not really. Yep, that's it. The problem is once they add this extra one onto it, it's gonna the buff's gonna become really, really big. And I don't have the infinite anymore. So I'll need my starship pieces to do some real work. What? I don't know what they were doing there. Okay, Hex for sure. Hex this. Use my liftoff. And that's about it. I've got my board is locked. But those are some good ones to have so far going into the pool. Okay. So I am in a bit of trouble. This is gonna be massive. At least they don't have Biopod. But they probably do have access to a Ceaseless Expanse. Use this. Okay, so this trades first. And this. If it reborns, it's gonna get one of their strong death rattles. I haven't launched any starships yet. So let's use an SCV. It can then launch it for a cheaper cost. No poisonous. Right into that. Okay. They've got the defense crystals that have come out here. They've used their fizzle as well, but the problem is that they've got the extra buff that's going on to it. So I think it's just going to be, I need to trade into that to get rid of it. And then I'll just have to do some liftoffs, and once again hope that it's something decent. That's not good. That one. Oops, I didn't get the buff going. Why did it show an overdraw? These things are scary. If they have their Exodar, I'm in so much trouble. But with that being said, if they keep being greedy, I do get into a little bit of a safer position. What's the starship? Yeah, this game's over. It couldn't be that. It could not be that. Okay, play the shutter block. I'm down to 9 health though, so if I did that, I could potentially lose as well. Play this. the second Cutler. Pop-up book is not the card. Go that. Go to that. Go to that. And I guess it's just hope for the best. Lay down the defense crystal. And SCV. There we go. I would have played down the starport, but I already had a full board, and especially got this jank. GG. They definitely had a bigger starship than me. Okay, I think this will probably be my last game, because after this one, because I better get going. Got some jobs to do, and I also do want to get the get a video out today. Okay, it's always mulligan these two. Keep the lift off. Miracle Salesman, just hero power. Next turn's more than likely going to be liftoff than Crystal. Nidus Worm. So they'll be playing the Zerg version, obviously doing that. It should be fine. Lay down the lift off. I got this thing again. This is definitely the worst one. Okay. So they're going into turn 4. They don't have access to coin. They can't do the rush play at the moment. I think I just need to get my defense crystal online. Death Growl? Yep. And they're getting the barrage dudes out. Okay, so that puts the buff onto those. Trade this. It leaves those two alive. I think that I've got to do that. So trade into there. It's the most efficient trade for me. Then use the liftoff. Missile pod's decent. Got another one of these things. And then I'm just going to play the starport, because I'm going to need to have a big starship to come out. I'm getting all the jank pieces. Jeez. Okay, it's fine. Okay, they're yodeling, so they'll get even bigger like that. I didn't have any way to clear that anyway, so it isn't anything to really fret about. Oh. They're posing lethal on board at the moment. I do want to get my starship launched so I can do a Jim Raynor turn as well. So I could go lock on here. Missile pod. And then I can go for the trusty companion. Doesn't really matter which one I do it on. It's possible they may have the other yodeler in their hand. If they have the other yodeler in their hand, that would make them win. So I do have to trade into that. My starship brings all the jank to the yard. Okay. So if I launch the starship here, then use Bob, it means that I'll have a board. If I freeze all of them, this is still only a 7/6. This doesn't do enough. So play this down, use Bob. Freeze the dudes. Guess do some trading. Yep. I want this to get into the pool as well, so that's the reason why I didn't do it that way. Okay, so that can go there. Summon this. Okay. So it doesn't have lifesteal, which is a big problem here. It's got Wind Fury, so use this. It will get rid of that. And I can... Wait, it doesn't have Rush. I don't think I can really do much here then. Like, I could have gone for the Jim Raynor as well, but it really didn't seem appropriate or proper. But I'd say they'll have lethal, the spawning pool and all the other stuff. Yeah, Baneling can trade well enough into those. GG. Okay, well that's going to be all for today, but I hope that you've enjoyed the content. If you're enjoying it, please like and subscribe. I really do appreciate the support, and bye for now.